my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking. The show where I walk and talk. Are your neurotransmitters starting to fire yet? Because mine are. I mean, I couldn't tell you exactly the amounts of each neurotransmitter. I couldn't tell you the exact quantity of dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins, oxytocin. What are the other ones? What am I missing? Neurotransmitters. There's like a lot, right? There's more than that, right? Anyhow, I think it's pretty clear to me that however many of those, neurotransmitters are flowing in my brain, it's gonna affect you similarly. It's pretty obvious, You can even tell from the comments. Like how much people like the video or not. But maybe we have to have, to some extent, at least some sort of similarity in our neurotransmitter flow to start out with, in order to resonate, to get on board with each other. But, if you can stand the discrepancy long enough, we'll get aligned with each other through the beautiful act of communication. I need to stash my bag. I'm gonna stash it in plain view after I take a swig of water. Sorry, I don't mean to yell. Here, I'm hanging my bag. In plain view for anyone to come and steal. You can steal it if you want. But all that's going on here really is a continuation of a certain pattern. I happen to be, well, I mean, I say I, but it's just like, in the moment there's apparently a relatively high level of physiological arousal and a high level of, dopamine, endorphins, whatever else. And I'm part of that and you're part of that. we're part of this. We're part of this together. I guess one thing about walking and talking, I think, is that it's not gonna try and trick you into believing that a positive mood such as this one can just be kind of provided here independent of any sort of payback, you know? Neurological payback. Not just payback in the future, but also, you know, pay in advance. Because a heightened state of arousal and mood like this is also, you know, totally linked with going through a number of days of like deep depression and staring into the void, and all the emptiness and suffering of reality, all the wretchedness, just like consuming me completely. And then you just sort of like have to swallow all that. You just eat it all. Eat all that. Without looking away, and then you come out this other side, the other side of it, and then you're chipper like now. It's the emotional topography. We just happen to be on a hill at the moment. What about the valley? Will we get into the valley in this video even? Maybe? Will we even out? But I was also thinking that these distinctions between high and low in terms of mood are very dependent on the illusion of linear time. Like you have to, like, in order to perceive your state, in order to perceive your own state as being high, low, or anywhere in between, relies on something to compare it against, which is something that we have to either remember or project from the past or into the future. That is, if I say that I'm feeling high now, then it's completely dependent on a memory of feeling low in the past, with the corresponding possibility of a, you know, a future projection of a possible lowness, you know, that I might experience again, that I assume I probably will experience again. And I think that it works the other way around, although it's hard to, it's a little bit harder to say with certainty from my current perspective that if I'm feeling very low or depressed, that is kind of dependent on some memory of, well, at least some kind of idea of happiness, you know? Some idea of the opposite of depression, of joy, of engagement. But so if we for a moment set aside these mood categories like, you know, high or low, joyful or depressed, animated or lethargic, etc., and just kind of think about them as varying levels of neurotransmitter flow. I'm wondering now, if this varying neurotransmitter flow can account for the emotional topography that I seem to always posit as being a zero sum, you know, evening out to zero, evening out to kind of neutral. In other words, high flows of neurotransmitters being inextricably linked with low flows of neurotransmitters. And this does seem this would be consistent with experiences like drug addiction or romantic relationships, or, you know, any other kind of addictive behavior or addictive like phenomenon, any kind of other addiction. Where, like, you know, I never tried heroin, but like from what I understand, it's like you get this incredible euphoric high, or even like, you know, something more powerful than an orgasm But then you have to pay back all of that by you either have to continue doing heroin in order to get that feeling again, but you don't actually get that same feeling again, or you have to take more and more of it to get that same feeling. And then as you keep doing this, you have to keep doing heroin just to feel kind of normal, you have to keep doing heroin in order to not experience that horrible payback. And it's like doing heroin is just really trying to delay the inevitable excruciating neurotransmitter payback, you know? It's like your brain having to recalibrate to the absence of the drug. And you know, this is pretty common knowledge, right? This is pretty widely understood, and it can be the same with nearly anything that provides us with pleasure, or nearly anything that even provides us with happiness, or maybe even joy. It works the same with romantic relationships. It works, you know, pretty much exactly the same. Or with whatever form, you know, whatever form the joy or suffering comes into your life. The form itself doesn't really matter that much. It's like whatever that form is, whether we want to classify it as something extrinsic or intrinsic, like extrinsic meaning like a substance that you take, drug or alcohol or whatever, that has an effect on your neurobiology, your neurotransmitters, or your neuroreceptors, as the case may be. But either way, it's like you know, altering temporarily, altering the chemistry of your brain, you could say, or you could even just say the physical arrangement of your brain. To produce positive feelings, desirable feelings. So that's like extrinsic modifiers, or there could be something that we consider intrinsic, like, I don't know, like a practice that we do, like exercising or meditation, or what, I don't know, like positive thinking or something like that. I don't know if that really works. you know, that might have a similar sort of effect, but I guess there's a difference in that what I'm sort of referring to as intrinsic, I guess these things have like more of a regulating, more stabilizing effect than these intrinsic things that bring about pleasure or joy or ecstasy. Because yeah, I guess with these things like meditation, exercise, playing music, maybe, I guess with those things it's like the upside and the downside are more integrated. Like if you, like after you, if you have any kind of practice, regular practice like that, and you do it for long enough, you kind of, it becomes clear to you how, it becomes clear to you the way that positive and negative experiences are so you know, so linked to each other, so inextricable from one another. Well, I think I think even with even if you do have like a steep, jagged emotional topography, that is, you have high highs and low lows, maybe there's also another factor that might be independent of that, of how aware you are of the overall topography. That is, if you are on a high, just how cognizant you are of the link with the low, and if you're on the low, how cognizant you are of the link with the high. And if you are cognizant of that, do you still, you know, do you still feel okay with that topography? Or would you start to move towards a more even, a more flat emotional topography? A less up and down one? And I'm not saying that one is any more valuable than the other, but I would say that the cognizance the cognizance of the emotional topography is valuable, and that's something that grows over time, over your life, as you mature. You become more aware of the peaks and valleys. And that a valley couldn't exist without a peak. You know what I'm saying? And a peak couldn't exist without a valley. And as I say this, as I walk and talk here, it just feels perfectly clear to me that whatever form those peaks and valleys take does not matter whatsoever. Relative to, you know, just the awareness of this topography, you know, starts to become the more salient feature of your experience. I look at my life and I see the perfect proportionality of highs and lows, of peaks and valleys. I always see that perfect proportionality, but the actual form of how they take is like, could be anything. It's always changing, always different. But when you have a repetitive practice like this, it might make it a little easier to see, because you keep the form of your life consistent and repeated. You do the same thing over and over again, and then you see that that form is totally independent of the quality of your experience, totally independent of the peaks and valleys. And you might argue that no, the form matters. The form has an influence on the peaks and valleys. You know? Like, obviously, if you're eating healthy and exercising and meditating, you're probably going to feel better than if you're eating unhealthy and lazing about and watching TV. But I would say, actually, those are just two different forms, two different emotional topographies that both do actually even out in terms of the topography, as in the latter case of eating junk food, lazing about, and watching TV. All of those things, you know, contribute a certain pleasure. You experience a pleasure in doing all of those things. And I could describe this experience as like underlying that pleasure. It's like a precarious kind of pleasure, because you know that because all those things are addictive, and underlying them there's like this dreadful kind of like anxiety of like, you know, I don't want to stop eating pizza and watching TV, because once I stop I'm gonna have to like pay back this pleasure that I'm experiencing with like some very existentially uncomfortable truths that I'm gonna have to face. A real emotional downside. And then conversely, in this other example of eating healthy, exercising, and meditating, it's probably going to be the case that they're less kind of like pleasurable things. For sure, you're not getting like a little dopamine rush from those things. I mean, you're getting some, but you're basically, what I'm going to say is that like your sort of baseline neurotransmitter level is going to be a lot more stable. But after you stabilize into that, it's like it is kind of a flat experience. And there's always going to be this potential to have like a real high of like, if you ate something really sweet or indulged really in anything from a baseline state that's very healthy, your potential for a very pleasurable experience is amplified. That is, you can experience the pleasure much more greatly if you're approaching it from this like very disciplined state. And so like in my experience, like sometimes the temptation becomes like a little amplified or something, or it can be. But then, as always, you know, even to the extent that you experience that great pleasure coming from some stable, disciplined state, the payback is gonna be just as big too, because it's gonna screw up your routine. It's gonna screw up your discipline, and you'll be all out of whack. And certainly, it's quite possible to sort of to stabilize into a disciplined existence well, once you're there, it's not like any kind of ecstasy or euphoria or anything like ongoing. It just kind of becomes the norm, kind of becomes the the baseline. And you're not experiencing that as some kind of high. But I do have to say that at least in my case, it seems like going through life at this kind of flatter emotional topography resulting from disciplined life does seem to foster more favorable conditions for a heightened kind of awareness or perspective, or getting a higher perspective on this whole emotional topography thing. And sort of like higher level perceptions of reality and consciousness. Like starting to, you know, like first, like starting to have an increased, like, cognizance of the topography, but also just becoming kind of like more aware of I don't know, like subtler features of consciousness and experience, and a subtler experience of time, and being less kind of stuck in the linear experience of time. But another way to describe that experience would be like feeling this anxiety of time passing all the time, of, you know, afraid of the future, regretful of the past, etc. The fear of death. And that sort of thing can be present on kind of like a subconscious emotional level. That is, like, it can be present on this emotional level, this anxiety of passage of time, without us necessarily being mentally cognizant of it, even though it's affecting the way that we think very greatly, very strongly. Like resulting in like all sorts of behavior that we would classify as bad, you know, selfishness and greediness, and just like clinging onto anything that would seem to grant us some like solidity in this world. Anything that would sort of seem to bolster the concreteness of our identity against this perceived linear flow of time that erodes everything. But I'm not saying that you can't have a steep, jagged emotional topography and also have the wisdom and cognizance of that topography. And maybe even also the subtle experience of time that I'm talking about. But from what I observe, in my own life and observing other people, is that the steeper, more jagged emotional topography seems to more often correspond with less kind of wisdom about the topography. Not always, but often, it seems like. This is interesting. Remember the beginning of this video when I burst out of the gates performing some, kind of extreme emotions, you could say, like extreme physical manifestations of emotion, of exuberance, of performance, of the upside of the neurological topography, of, maybe I shouldn't say neurological topography, because that kind of sounds like the physical shape of the folds of your brain. But what I mean is the peaks and valleys of the flows of our neurotransmitters. I was kind of performing the bodily expression of a peak, a high state of neurotransmitter flow. Like this, high arousal. I don't know. But that's not exactly happiness or joy or euphoria, really. It's just kind of like physical tension. So like high state of physiological arousal, but not necessarily high state of the positive neurotransmitters like serotonin or oxytocin. Now I seem to be, and it seemed to suggest that, is this a rock? That's a cool rock. It's striped. That beginning, what's going on? I'm hearing Christmas music. Happy Christmas. That beginning seemed to sort of suggest a trajectory for this episode of Walking and Talking that would be kind of ecstatically non-linear in terms of logic. Jumping from one thing to the next, or shifting wildly between expressions of various states of arousal. Very animated, And then it very quickly seemed to even out into what has been proceeding as a very kind of straightforward and logical and not particularly exuberant laying out of what seems to me to be a coherent set of interrelated concepts. that seem to be kind of flowing without too much difficulty, not you know, not particularly difficult to move from one thought to the next because it seems to flow fairly naturally, but also it's not like, it's not this this like it's not this like super fecund outpouring, of you know, it's not this like passionate like catalyzation of some huge amount of mental potential that's been building up and building up over a long period. You know, it's not like it's not any kind of ecstasy is what I'm saying. It's not ecstatic or totally exuberant. It's on a level that seems relatively stable and in line with consensus reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, the things that I'm saying sound to me like they wouldn't be too hard to swallow for anyone, you know, even a well-educated upper class individual. Or, you know, not even upper class, but like, you know, like somebody that has a PhD could relate to what I'm saying, I think. And might not even perceive me to be totally nuts. Because everybody can perceive more or less in another person's expressions, in their communication, in their facial expressions, their gesticulation, you know, body language. Everybody can, you know, most people can more or less kind of have a perception of how someone's neurotransmitters are moving around their brain, whether somebody is conscious or subconscious of this perception of somebody else. It comes across, you know, in communication. And you can get a feel for how stable it is, how because if it's at one extreme or the other, then it may not be quite as universally applicable towards our consensus reality. As a mental, neurological process and expression and communication that is more encompassing of both sides of the ups and downs, and so, you know, maybe it averages out, or it expresses the mean. It's like, you know, it either has to express the mean, or it has to kind of like even out or something. And especially if it can demonstrate a sort of inherent cognizance of the topography itself, then it has more chance to resonate with wise people like you and I. But what I hinted at earlier on, and maybe the more important thing to talk about now, is how those perceptions of high and low states are dependent on what I am calling the illusion of the passage of linear time. How to best put this? Well, I mean, just to state the obvious, if you have no reference of past or future in your current, you know, held in your mind at any given moment, then there's also cannot be any higher or lower. There's just a state that you are in right now. And even to refer to something like the state that you are in right now would lose all meaning or, you know, it would lose the supremacy of its meaning. When you're able to transcend this experience of time moving. Like right now, for example, I can speak and form thoughts that it seems are dependent on time moving, on a past and future, you know? There's a beginning, middle, and end of the sentence. And I can construct sentences with coherence and meaning. I can express concepts like the past and the future and the present. But also, there's another feature of my experience that is currently kind of rising to the forefront, or rising to the kind of like the more supremely significant feature of my experience right now is actually a kind of experience of something that's timeless. Or something that is without beginning or end, and without any movement, without progression, without linearity. But it's a component of my experience nonetheless, and I could even venture to say that what it is actually experience itself. That it is like it's the biggest kind of container of the contents of my consciousness that I can be aware of right now. Like it's a thing that it actually is containing time, that linear time exists inside of. Linear time is just it's just like one kind of dimension that's in this larger thing. And this larger thing is something that I could also describe as experience at all. Hey, there's that spaghetti squash that was here like a month ago, or more than a month ago. The shell of it is still there. Talk about timeless. How else could I say it? It's like everything that's going on right now is kind of inside this larger thing that is kind of the totality of experience, or what I'm calling experience is just kind of like the nature of experience, or the nature of consciousness at all. And then within that there's a body, within that there's a mind, within that there's this awareness of everything that's happening right now, like the hearing, the kind of witnessing of myself talking, hearing myself talk, seeing, witnessing the thinking that's happening, witnessing the walking, and the exterior world, and then the interior. But that's kind of that distinction has also disappeared pretty much. Like when I'm talking about when I'm talking about the larger experience, this distinction of like interior, exterior is gone, like me, world is gone. I mean, I can still talk about them and I can still kind of understand, I can understand those concepts, I can understand those features of experience, but they're just that, they're just kind of features within a larger thing, that in which they are not so separate, as if you're watching a movie and you see a distinction between a character and the background, but then at the same time you can see the screen, and you can be like, both of those things are just part of projection, you know, light. They're both kind of light. And so at this moment it's like I can be aware, I can make the distinction between myself, my body, and the rest of the world, you know, of course, like but then I can also be aware of the larger thing is equivalent to just the projection of the movie on the screen. I think that's an analogy that's been used by other people as well. But even so, like, even the distinction, like there is, like, you know, a real distinction between the body and the outside world, in that, like, if you bite your finger, it hurts. You bite a piece of wood, if you bite a carrot, it doesn't hurt. But in a certain way, I guess what I'm talking about is inclusive of all of that as well. As in, like, you know, if I hypothetically bit my finger, which I won't do, because I'm aware of the pain that it would cause, I guess even the pain itself is like just kind of an intrinsic feature. What am I really saying here? It's kind of as if I'm kind of saying nothing that isn't perfectly obvious. But I do feel, I really feel in this state something that feels simultaneously remarkable and unusual, and at the same time, like, completely obvious and normal and so mundane as to be unremarkable. It's like both of these things simultaneously, which is the total lack right now of any kind of dualistic way of thinking. That is, like, things like desires and aversions and fears and attractions and regrets or pride. Like, none of those things seem to have any real significance. They all been kind of dwarfed and enveloped within a more encompassing type of awareness. And even other dualisms like love and hate. like they're like, to me right now, their inextricability feels perfectly apparent. And to like go towards either extreme of one of those things like feels just kind of out of the question, or perfectly understandable within the context of a more limited way of experiencing reality, but from this point of view would just not make any sense. To say that I love someone or that I hate someone because it's more like, the more important thing is just like that actually the distinction between self and other, that is like myself or other people, also feels at this point like a you know, a relatively illusory thing. That is, those two distinctions are also things that feel just totally encompassed and connected and unified by the state that I feel right now. And so, you know, it's like I can still talk about the difference between myself and another self, and, you know, talk about all the differences that any person would recognize, but at the same time experience both of these things as just kind of like slightly different, both of these things as manifestations of the same larger thing that I feel like in, you know, that like my self, so to speak, is like just inside of the larger self, the grander self, that the grander self that's not me or you, but is me and you. What's weird is that this state of awareness that I'm talking about, even though I talk about it as being totally timeless, I can also, it seems, quite clearly remember times when I've been disconnected from it, and, you know, been thinking and acting in ways that wouldn't seem to make sense from this perspective. that only seem to make sense from a more limited perspective of being kind of trapped in the sort of illusion of separation and trapped in the illusion of the separateness of all these different forms of dualism that I've talked about. And so, like, I might be tempted to, like, describe this as just, you know, I could say that I'm just in a particularly clear mind state at the moment. That's one thing. That's one way I could put it. And that in other times I wasn't in such a clear mind state, or that I was under some kind of illusion. But that is still speaking from the perspective of linear time being real and supreme. Hold that thought for a moment. I really gotta whiz. But, like, you know, there's nothing like having to whiz for pulling one back into the experience of linear time. I think you know what I'm talking about. If you have to whiz, the future seems very real and salient. So if you'll excuse me for a moment, perhaps in a moment I'll be able to get back to communicating from a non-linear experience of time. Okay, that's better. So what does it mean to move in and out of a linear experience of time, to move in and out of a more transcendent awareness that is more directly aware of the more fundamental quality of just experience itself, or consciousness itself. Or you know, something that seems to be larger than time. It's almost as if there is this kind of constant construction going on of the big consciousness. The experience of linear time, when it's felt most strongly in the human experience, I think has to do with getting towards a kind of equilibrium. You know, like having to pee is a sort of experience that would, you know, distract me from thinking about, you know, lofty, transcendent things and thinking in terms of time or any other sort of physiological disequilibrium, like being hungry or thirsty or tired. Would pull us into thinking about time very strongly, because you know, it's like you need like you know, it pulls us into a kind of like necessary state change, you know, to eat some food or drink some water or get some sleep. And mental disequilibriums, mental emotional disequilibriums as well. When something needs to be fixed about our experience. But at the same time, aren't there constantly little adjustments in equilibrium happening all the time? Like I'll be adjusting my posture, or the way my body is, the position of my body to make it the most comfortable. Or moving, or like, my thoughts moving in a way for myself to feel open. These little corrections and maintenance of physiological and mental equilibrium can also happen within this kind of awareness that I'm talking about. They can and do. It kind of seems like this kind of awareness is always here. But then why would we ever be unhappy then? Why would we ever be unhappy? Well, I mean, I guess all I can say from this perspective is that low states of neurotransmitter flow, aka low moods, things like sadness or whatever other negative experiences, also exist within this greater experience. It's always there. It's always there somewhere. It's always there somewhere. But I think about certain times when I've felt, like really depressed. Sometimes maybe it kind of seems like it's not there, but like now I'm recognizing that it is. It is there. Like even in the depths of depression, even like staring down the black hole of reality, there's still always, even if it's like seems like far receded to somewhere like that, it's like just barely there, a kind of knowing that this also is part of everything. Even this miserable experience, even this like deep experience of wretchedness and emptiness, is like still has a certain belongingness in something larger. It's like that little kernel of awareness is, that is what keeps us alive. That's what has kept us alive up till now. Like look at this. You and me. Like we are alive right now. I mean, at the very least, you are. You could be watching this decades after this physical manifestation has, altered form beyond recognition. But look, you're alive right now. What has kept you alive? That awareness that's always there. That which is here now, that has always been and always will be. is the most fundamental aspect of life, and it's like it's what keeps you going. Even, you know, and now that I think about it, this transcendent kind of knowing is actually no different than the experience of linear time. It's not actually separate, you know? So I talk about the experience of linear time being most evident in experiences of disequilibrium. That is, like, you feel bad for one reason or another, and you have a kind of conception of a possibility of feeling better, of improving the quality of your experience. That conception of something better, of improvement, I now believe is none other than a manifestation of this ever-present you know, like, large self, this ever-present kind of like timeless experience is even there, even in the dark moments, as the hope, you know, as the little kind of glimmer of the possibility of the other side of the darkness, the light side. And I could say that it might also be present even in the light moments, as an awareness of the darkness, and it might be present in your own happiness as compassion for other people that may not be happy at the moment, like just the feeling of connection there. Like, even if the sort of non-separation doesn't seem like obviously tangible at every moment, but it's still present there, manifesting as like that kind of sort of nagging intuition that you have about being good to other people, you know, that little kernel of like consciousness in you that says like, I should be good to other people. I shouldn't, you know, I shouldn't either screw people over in as far as possible, and B, that I should act in a way that would alleviate the suffering of other people in as much as possible. Like that little nagging thing, whether it seems like it's being actualized or not, is always there as a kind of, because it is just, like, that is just kind of like recognizing the more the grander truth of how reality is. Like even all of what I'm calling illusory is in fact just part of it. It's totally not anything separate. And at the same time as I am saying all of this stuff that seems indicative of and expressive of this supreme connectedness, at the same time, I feel totally aware of the opposite perception of everything, of the feeling of like total isolation and meaningless, and like the sort of perception of life as unending suffering, or even the perception of all of reality as unending suffering. Like I feel totally familiar with that experience. And from my memory of having experiences like that, it feels like the sort of grander reality that I'm talking about feels like an illusion. It feels like a total illusion. Like I can conceive of states that I can remember from which the sort of state that I am expressing now would seem like a total mirage, would seem totally illusory, would seem like just a total temporary high. A total temporary high that owes everything to the despondent depths. And when I think about this, it's like this also seems true. It also seems true that the ability to experience what I'm talking about also relies on the experience of the total opposite of like total disconnect, meaninglessness, emptiness, isolation, loneliness, like profound loneliness. Not just like, I don't mean just like a literal social isolation, but I mean like the profound kind of like aloneness in the sort of Kierkegaardian sense of whether you're around people or not, being like totally trapped in your individual experience. And like, you know, it's not like I'm experiencing that at all right now, I don't think. I'm just kind of like recalling a memory of that experience. But I have like, I have a memory of how real it felt. And how true it seemed that any kind of feeling of grand meaning or connectedness was merely a total illusion. Even though, although like from what I have just been saying, you know, in the past moments, that that experience felt so incontrovertibly true. And when I try to like conceive of both of these opposing views of reality at once, feels like something that would require an even like a whole nother level of consciousness. Seems required to, you know, to reconcile both of those viewpoints. It would be, you know, a level of consciousness that I'm not sure if I'm familiar with. but it has to be something that's here. Like I must be within it, right? Like if all of these sort of more limited, more relative ways of thinking and perceiving are contained within these kind of larger, more encompassing comprehensions of reality that I've been describing, these two kind of like dueling notions. You know, it's as if like in the first like hour and a half or so of this video I was starting to, you know, describe a sort of non-dual awareness, but then I started to become aware of that even that non-dual awareness that seemed so you know, transcendent and encompassing of all dualities, to even itself be one side of another duality, an even bigger duality. It feels like reality is eating its own tail like an Ouroboros. It feels like reality is like moving along like one of those water weenie toys, which I learned the geometrical shape is called a toroid. You know, a toroid, like a donut shape, basically. If you had a donut that was like constantly turning inside out, you know, this inside out motion where the outside becomes the inside of the hole, and then the inside of the hole becomes the outside of the circle, and it keeps moving, you know, it keeps like eating itself, kind of. Or if a person did it, it would be as if you sucked yourself into your mouth and then went all the way inside out, and then you came out your asshole, and then, you know, all your intestinal tract would be on the outside, and then you kept turning, and then it goes back inside, and then you come back normal. It kind of feels like reality is doing that, but in much more than 3 dimensions. Or as if like, yeah, as if even this notion of this notion of transcending that I've been talking about, of joining all dualisms in a higher encompassing awareness, it seems as if even this higher encompassing awareness is itself one side of a dualism. Where does it all go? Is it gonna like, is there a linearity, like there's a down and an up, or does it all circle back around and you come back down to the bottom levels again? I'm certainly no stranger to the most base forms of human experience. it's almost scary. I mean, it is scary. It's scary and not scary. It's scary and exciting. But all the while, amongst all of this, any kind of notion of self feels like really obliterated. Like the idea of being a self feels like a joke at this moment. As if there is only relation with the world. And even to say that is kind of a joke. It's like there's only this, you know? There's only this. And even that seems like a joke because it seems so completely obvious that just this is. It's like as if this is so much that it doesn't even need saying, but it's like saying the most obvious thing that is so obvious that it doesn't even need to be said. But that at the same time seems like such an important and fundamental attribute of reality that, like, it seems like any of the other things that we pile on top of it seem just like little distortions or big distortions. But they're not really. They're also just this. Even what we would think of as distortions. It should be pretty obvious at this point that nothing I'm saying now is important. To understand. There's not any more understanding. Understanding is a joke. There's no more, there's no more learning. There's no more communication here. All these notions are are gone. There's just some talking here, you know. There's just walking and talking. There's just this experience of watching, walking and talking number 51. But not even that, you know. I mean, that's like an unimportant, that's like a totally frivolous detail. Just another like little fold, just another wrinkle. To have any kind of concept would just be a wrinkle in the fabric of reality at this point. Even the concept of a wrinkle in the fabric of reality is itself a wrinkle in the fabric of reality. We're smoothing it out. I mean, it's smooth. It's smooth. As if all the wrinkles in your brain were flattened out. There's no more communication. There's just talking here. So it means anything. The talking just kind of continues by itself now, not with any force, but just because it has momentum and there's no resistance, there's no friction, there's nothing for it to bump against, there's no work for it to do. It's just moving like a body moving through a vacuum with no friction. A moving body through space is how the talking is proceeding here. But it's not actually moving through space because there is no body and there is no space. Both space and body, both space and form, are both mere wrinkles. Damn, what is up, my internet friends? It doesn't matter. Anything. A wrinkle moving through a wrinkle. A wrinkle in a wrinkle. A wrinkly wrinkle. What if the wrinkles on your face had wrinkles themselves? This is exactly what I'm talking about. The wrinkles in your brain folds having wrinkles themselves. And the brain itself being nothing more than a wrinkle. Mind itself being nothing more than a wrinkle. But actually, there never were any wrinkles. There aren't any wrinkles, and there never were, and there never will be. You probably can't see this, but there's a deer right here. I feel wrinkleless in my being. I feel smoothed out. Well, I mean, what I feel like is as if I was a wrinkle, but now I'm all flattened out. I mean, that I was a wrinkle in reality, but now reality's flattened out, and so I'm like, I feel smooth. Whatever it is, this it that is feels smooth now. Feels ironed out, stretched out to dry. You know that satisfaction of like you made your bed and you know, as opposed to like you look at your sheet, all your blankets and your sheets all strewn on top of your bed in wads, you know, compared to the feeling of your bed made with the sheets and blankets neatly laid across there without any wrinkles and folds in them. You understand the sort of difference of experience in perceiving those two states of being of your bed. Well, that's what all of reality can be said to be like. And this reality feels like a nicely made bed at the moment. Ready for you to jump in and get under the covers and be nice and cozy. But don't let this notion of coziness become another wrinkle in your mind. You know what I'm saying? You get into bed and then and then immediately the blankets are wrinkled again. You ruined it. Don't get in the bed. Don't fall for it. Stay up, stay awake, experiencing the wrinklelessness. I mean, we'll have to go to bed eventually. It's inevitable. We are inevitably gonna wrinkle it up again. It's okay, because even if it's wrinkled, it's still the same reality. But just enjoy right now how smooth it feels to be awake, looking at a perfectly made bed. Just look at it. Just keep looking at your bed. Just admire your made bed for as long as you can. we're actually, you know, we're actually ambivalent about whether there's wrinkles or not. We can let things get wrinkled. We can let things get wrinkled. Because even if things get wrinkled, we know that each one of those wrinkles is not its own little monster that's separate and gonna take over. We know that they're indeed only wrinkles. You're only going to be able to follow this if you have been watching this video continuously. If you've skipped ahead, you're not gonna know what the hell's going on. But that's okay. It's okay even if you don't know what the hell is going on. Because yeah, even us who have been continuous with the whole thing, we profoundly don't know what the hell is going on. I will say that these moving lines of lights are something to behold. The beauty of traffic moving smoothly. Anything. Anything. The depths of despond and see. Anything. Whee! 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 Yeah! Anything. Damn! What's up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking. Can you believe that we can just exist like this in this moment of time without it hurting? Reality doesn't hurt, does it? Not in the big sense. right now. Like, just look at this experience right now. It kind of amazes me that I can experience this time or this consciousness, or just that I can experience at all. And it doesn't really hurt. Not in the deep sense, you know? It might hurt a little in relative ways. But those ways are just that, relative. It's getting dark. I bet you can't really see my face anymore at all. You probably can't see much of anything at all. But I guess I'll just keep pointing the camera towards sources of light. These moving lines of traffic are pretty great, though. It's getting dark, and it does feel like we are kind of plunging into some kind of unknown. Really, you know? I mean, I think the feeling of night coming on contributes to this feeling of a kind of unknown, you know, the unknowable mystery of existence, really enveloping everything. But we're not afraid of it. We're in it, and it's almost kind of like welcome. It's like fine. It's like, let the night come on. Let this this infinitely expansive abyss of unknowableness come and take over everything and wipe away anything solid of what we know about ourselves, our identity, our reality, and it's fine. We're ready for it. We're ready for that wiping away. And to kind of like release into this unknowableness, to kind of like dissipate. And we know that the sun will come back up and will re-manifest into something that seems solid, at least, you know, from our future experience of going through the day. There will appear to be some solidity, and that's fine too. We'll be ready for that. We'll be ready to solidify again. and do the practical and live the life and do the work. Even if doing the work means plunging into a wretchedness sometimes, of just eating all the horrible emptiness of reality sometimes. Eating it and digesting it, metabolizing the emptiness. We'll swallow all that emptiness and get bigger and stronger. We'll move back and forth between this darkness and this light, the depths and the greater understandings. Well, maybe until we can understand both of them, until, you know, what I was talking about being able to reconcile both of them at the same time, simultaneously, night and day at the same time. And I guess that is like getting off. That would be equivalent to getting off of the planet and seeing the Earth and the sun at the same time. Seeing the Earth with one side illuminated and one side in shadow. That's the analogy of being able to reconcile the dark and light moments of life simultaneously. The depths of despondency and disconnection and isolation and loneliness versus the moments of transcendence and profound understanding and connection. Not actually one superior to the other, but both actually linked to each other. But if you get off the planet, if you get off the Earth, you could always see the sun. You could stay out of the shadow. Is that what it's like? Is that what reality is like? Is reality like as if depression is being in the shadow of the like supreme source of everything? Is depression or the negative experiences or the limited ways of seeing reality, the experiences of separation, of separateness, is that just like being in the shadow of the source? The source that's constantly casting light, but you just happen to not be in that light because you're on the other side of the thing of a thing. I don't know, but I guess even if you got out to where you can see the sun is just still one little point inside of a big sort of blackness that's perforated by lots of other little points of light. But then what's outside the blackness? What the heck? What the heck's outside the universe? Huh? If there's a universe, what the heck else? Tell me! It almost, it seems like even if I think about an infinite universe, that still seems to imply a something as opposed to a nothing. But then that still implies that there is also a nothing. Like there's a nothing. What the hell? How can there be a nothing? What? If I say that there's a something, there's a universe, even if a universe is all that there is, even if it's infinite, an expanse, it still seems to imply the existence of a nothing. But what the hell is a nothing? What does it mean for a nothing to exist? What? What? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? is nothing. What the heck is nothing? Heck. Is it here? Can we experience it? I think it's here. I think it's here in the something. I think it's here in the something. This thing that I thought was a something, the universe, this universe that I thought was a something that was here. It is also nothing. It is also nothing. It's the same. They're the same. They're the same thing. They're the same nothing. The something is the nothing. And the nothing is the something. They're not different. That's what the heck. That's what the heck. That's what the nyeh. That's what the heck. The nothing is the something. That's what the heck. That's what the heck is going on here. Heck. I mean, look at this. Look around. Just look around. Look around you. Look around you. Look around you. Look around you. Is it something? Are you experiencing something? Is this a something around you? But look also, because it's also nothing. It's also nothing. Look, there's no something and there's no nothing. And there's something and nothing. It's neither nor and yes and. It's no, not, and yes and is what the heck is going on here. This is and isn't, or is neither, is nor isn't. And that's not what the heck is not going off there. All I can really say is this shit is popping. Popping off, in and out. Popping in and out. You're with me, right? You're with me and you're not. You're with me and you're not at the same time. We understand and we don't. Neither understand nor not understand. Rush hour. It's beautiful rush hour. I love rush hour. Now I love rush hour. It's the best. It's the best hour. Look how beautiful it is. We're going around and around a toroid in many dimensions. This blue light from the battery pack is blindingly bright now. I'm covering it up. You really should donate to my Patreon page. Come on. Come on. I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Who the heck else can explain reality to you better than me? Benjamin effin' Bennett. That's who the heck. I make you understand until there's until there's no more understanding possible. We understand everything until there's no longer a solid reality to understand it. We understand until we understand understanding itself. And once we understand understanding itself, then it eats itself and disappears into itself like an Ouroboros. That's why the heck you should donate to my Patreon page, patreon.com/ Benjamin Bennett, I think. Link in the description. Link in the description. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Anything. This episode is like driving a brand new car. This episode is like a perfectly made bed. This episode's like a really good fuck. This episode's like eating a dank-ass smoothie after you've been outside exercising for a long-ass time. But it's better than all of those things. It's better than all of those things. 'Cause none of those things do this to you. None of those things do this to you. I mean, come on. $2 a month, $5 a month, $20 a month. Patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett. Obliterate your separateness. Via the flow of money. Come on. 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 It's Benny. It's your pal. It's Benny here. Come on for your old pal Benny. Just a couple bucks for old Benny. Just a couple bucks. Benny will get you right. Benny will set you straight. Your old pal Benny will smooth out the wrinkles. Your old pal Benny make the bed for you. Your old pal Benny smoothing out the wrinkles of reality. Come on. Just a couple bucks. Just a couple bucks on Patreon. Come on. Come on. Anything. Come on. 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 This is my pledge drive. Come on. Come on. Welcome to this special pledge drive episode. Walking and talking. Come on. 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 For your old pal Benny. Come on. Woo! Walking and talking. Smoothing out the wrinkles. Woo! Come on. Benny, setting straight your notions of time. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Patreon.com. Link in the description. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Benny. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Woo! Like a nicely made bed. Come on. Your old pal Benny here, straighten you out. Help old Benny make a buck or two. Ah! Oh! Oh! You like how we get your neurotransmitters smoothed out like a nicely made bed, like an ironed shirt. We're smoothing out all of reality here. What could be more important? What could be more important in life? What could be more important than what we do here in walking and talking? If you value walking and talking, if you make walking and talking a regular part of your life, become part of the walking and talking family. We're like a family here. We're like a family. You and me. You and me. We're family. How could you do this to me? How could you forget about your family? How could you forget about your family? I love you. How could you do this to me? I love you. How could you do this to me? How could you forget about me? I need you to support me. I love you. Why don't you support me? Come on. Pledge drive. Link in the description. Well, anything. We've established it doesn't matter the contents of experience. We're dealing with pure experience now. You should try this. Blinking really fast. Keep blinking. Just blink as fast as you can, repetitively, and you'll create some kind of simulation of a simulation of the quantization of the experience of time, the quantization of consciousness. Actually, there's supposedly, you know, a kind of frequency of our brain perceiving little slices of time, like time perception is actually seems to have a frequency, a bit rate, if you will. We're back. We're back. Damn. What's up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. Come on. Come on. I recommend this. I recommend this. I highly recommend this. I can't recommend this highly enough. recommend this highly enough. I highly recommend this. I recommend this. I highly recommend this. Come on! Oops, that was the wrong pitch. Come on! Come on! Whoa, it's a different pitch over here. Hear it? Oh yeah. Listen over here. And you go over here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Way different over here. Whoa. It's wild over here. And over here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on! 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 Woo! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Woo! 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 Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on. Come on. Woo! Woo! Let's drive. Woo! Woo! Link in the description. 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 Patreon.com/BenjaminBennett. 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 Anything. Come on. Come on. Come on. Woo! Come on. Anything. What's up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where woo! You're with me, right? You're following me all along. If you've been following this whole video continuously, you know exactly what's going on. You know this makes all perfect sense to you. It's all perfectly clear. Too clear, if I might say, if I might add. A little too clear, if you ask me. The nothing is here as well. And something. Woo! Just like a body moving through a vacuum in space. No friction. Just eat up all the pain. Eat it up. Slurp it up. Lap it up. Suck it up. Gulp it down. It's good shit. Just jump head first right into the worst shit and lap it up. It's the best. I'm telling you, you won't regret it. You won't regret it. You'll thank me. You'll thank me. You'll thank me. Dive head first into the worst shit and lap it up. You won't regret it. You'll thank me. You'll thank me. You'll thank me. Just dive head first right into the worst shit and just lap it up. I'm telling you, you won't regret it. You'll thank me. You'll thank me. I'm telling you, you're gonna thank me. If you just dive head first right into the worst shit and just lap it up. It's really good shit. You won't regret it. You'll thank me. You'll thank me. You're gonna be thanking me. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Just dive head first right into the worst shit and lap it up. It's really good shit. You won't regret it. You'll thank me. You'll thank me. Just dive head first right into the worst shit. The worst possible shit. And just lap it up. Gulp it down. Sop it up. Eat it all. Digest it. Metabolize it. It's really good shit. It's really good shit. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. I swear. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it, but then you're gonna love it. And you'll thank me. You'll be thanking me. And I mean the worst shit. The worst shit. Woo! Come on. Come on, just do it. 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 Come on. Come on. Woo! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Woo! All right. 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 Way better than the best fuck of your life. Woo! 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 Whoa! 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 Woo! 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 Wow! 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 Woo! 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 Wow! 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 The worst shit. Right in. The worst shit. Right in there. Gulp it down. Eat all of it. All of it. All of it. Can you believe it? Look. 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 Something. It's something. Not just something, though. Where's the feeling? Where's the feeling? It's here. It's here. Well. Woo. It's here. Same shit, different day. Emotional topographies. All right. All right. All right. All right. I know. I know. You're with me. Stay with me. Stay with me here. We're still here. We haven't totally lost it. We have and we haven't. We lost it, but we never had it to begin with. We never had it to begin with. We never had nothing. We never had nothing.
I'm trying to find her to see if I can still find her in another thing that was running. Yeah.
Well, the notion of neurotransmitters has pretty much exited my mind. Although, I guess it's back now. As I started thinking about what type of neurotransmitter activity is going on here exactly. I couldn't quite tell you, but I would have to say, I would have to guess that there's a preponderance of the psychotropic ones popping off, in the recent past. Our recent past. But we're back now. We're back in normal land. We're back solidified. I feel like a identity in a body. I feel in a body, I guess. Yes and no. But I feel like there's time, I feel like there's a future. In fact, I feel hungry. There's a future because there's a future in which I'm eating. Something fried and fatty. And some greens. And some vegetables. A future in which I'm eating. Thanks for your generous support on patreon.com/BuddyRabbit. Look at the description. What? Ooh. Aronia berries. The future, they're kind of wrinkled. The future is now. This episode is like a brand new car. This episode is like driving a brand new car. And then you like spill a cup of coffee in there. This episode's like driving a brand new car that you just spilled a cup of coffee in. Cleaning up after sex. I gotta go to the bathroom. Get rid of this. Oh, hold on, it's dripping. Don't let it. Oh, hold on. Let me get a paper towel. All right, there's a tissue over here. It's like driving a brand new car. In rush hour. It's beautiful from the outside. From far away. I'm sorry, but you knew you were in for this. You knew what you were getting into. You knew this was coming. This part. You knew this part was coming. Ooh. 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 The worst shit. Drive right in. Drive. Right in. Right in. Lap it up. You'll hate it, but then you'll be thanking me later. It's okay. We're almost done. It's okay. It's okay. I feel like we're in an argument. I feel like we're having an... Are we having an argument? I mean, no, it's fine. And it's fine, it's whatever, you know? Just kind of thought that you cared about me. No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Do whatever you're gonna do. It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. I mean, it's almost over anyways. It's fine with me if you just want to turn it off. I'll be fine. I'll just keep walking. I'll just keep walking here, and I'll just talk to myself. Doesn't matter to me. Go ahead. Just go do what you want to do. You don't have to. Don't stay here for me. I'm not asking you to stay here for me. No, I'm not pissed at. I'm not mad at you. Either stay here and just like, can we just either stay here and have a good time walking, talking, or go ahead and do what you need to do, and I'll just keep walking and here and talking to myself. It's fine. I'm not mad. I understand that it's a long time. It's 4 hours, and you might have other stuff to do. That's all right, okay? I'm telling you, I'm honestly telling you that I'll be totally fine. If you want to go do other things. I've had a great time with you. It was very fun. And I think I'm gonna go get something to eat. just gotta, you know, fill up a few more minutes with talking. You can do whatever you want. You can stay here and listen to me talk, or you can go do your thing. It's fine. Either way. What is this? Ew, looks like candy. Ew. You need anything from the CVS? Or paper towels, tissues, or anything? Are our dopamine receptors mutually exhausted, depleted? Are our oxytocin receptors mutually depleted? It's fine. It's fine. All I'm saying is my oxytocin receptors are depleted. It's fine. They'll recalibrate later, it's fine. I just have to go through a kind of neurological payback period. It's fine. And then we can be in love again. Okay, see ya.